Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Directors for Oxford Preparatory Academy on November 13th, 2025, 6 p.m. closed session, 7 p.m. open session. We are calling the meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. And we will do roll call. Member Smith is present. Member Freiler, present. Member Shaw,
Present.
Member Travis,
Present.
and Member Caution.
Present.
Approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on November 13th, 2025. May I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any comments? All right, well, that will take it to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. Next, we get to move to our flag salute, and we have a very special guest and family with us tonight. Our fourth grade student for Mrs. Smith's class here at SOC, Dinara B. Lavrat. Would you like to join us to lead us in the flag?
Everyone stand up. Put the right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good job. We very much appreciate you and your family taking time to be with us tonight. Great way to start the meeting. All right, next item, recognitions. Veterans Day recognition. I'll turn it over to Ms. Burnett.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we would like to take a moment to honor and recognize the veterans within our Oxford Preparatory Academy community, our staff members, families, and loved ones who have bravely served our country. Their courage, integrity, and commitment to service exemplify the very qualities we strive to instill in our champions every day. In celebrations of Veterans Day, our OPA Saddleback Valley and OPA SOC campuses held special assemblies to honor our heroes. Students participated in our heartfelt flag salute and proudly sang the November Patriotic Song of the Month. Campuses were filled with red, white, and blue as our students and staff showed their OPA spirit and gratitude for all who have served. On behalf of the OPA Board of Directors, administration, and entire school community, we extend our deepest appreciation to our veterans. We thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your enduring example of what it means to lead with courage and heart. Thank you, veterans. We honor you today and every day.
Thank you. Any comments from my board mates? Thank you to all those within our community who serve, and we appreciate you. Glad we have this moment to honor. Next up is community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on listed items on the closed session agenda only. Speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board Secretary, are there any comments regarding items listed under closed session? Thank you. All right, closed session for discussion and possible action. Conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9, 5 cases. B, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release 54957. C, public employee performance evaluation, executive director 54957. And D, conference with real property negotiators 54956.8. And with that, we will move the meeting to closed session at 6:05 p.m. Thank you. All right, welcome back. The meeting was reconvened to open session at 7:19 p.m. Given we're having a very patriotic week with Veterans Day, we get a bonus flag salute, and we'd like to welcome fifth grader from Miss Bennett's class here at SOC, Eden Merritt. So can you please join us and lead us in a pledge?
Sure.
Good job.
Oh. Pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Aiden. Great job. Thank you to your family for joining us. Have a good night. All right, we will move on to community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agendized items. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board Secretary, are there any comments on agenda or non-agendized items?
No.
Thank you. Okay, items for presentation and discussion. Item A, presentation from Charter Impact, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Fritter.
I just want to welcome Charter Impact for coming. They are a back office provider. And so up to the podium, we are just loading up your PowerPoint slide. I want to welcome Marilyn, Jason, and Samantha, and they will do a small demonstration of their product.
Thank you so much. Just, is this good?
Yes.
It won't project out, but it projects to online, just making sure you're all good. Well, thank you so much for having us. I'm Sam Berman. I'm the Senior Development Director at Charter Impact. I've been at the company, it'll be 9 years in January, but I've been working in the charter space now for almost 18, not to age myself. And I love the work that we do. I think, I'm biased, but I think we're quite good at it. We love supporting great schools, and I think we are highly adaptable in doing so. So happy to provide you guys with a little bit of information in the slideshow, and then keep it pretty short in order to answer any questions y'all have for us. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. This is just to show our, kind of our breadth across the state here. We're serving 130 charter schools, over 100,000 students served. We have a few of the references down here at the bottom of the slide. They are also in our proposal, which you guys have, our full proposal, as well as several others. We highly encourage you to reach out to them. They're happy to talk. I think we can all stand up here and say, all kinds of things about how great we think we are, but I honestly think talking to our clients and their experiences working with us, as well as what they were doing before and how they came to us, can be really helpful in helping you all make a decision on what works best for you. And I'm going to pass it over to Maylin now, who's going to talk about our services and our onboarding as well.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Maylin Naranjo. I'm the Director of Client Success at Charter Impact. I've been there for just over 11 years now, but I've been in the charter space for about 19 years. So let's talk a little bit about Charter Impact's business management services. As you can see, I'm not going to read through every single one. You can see what it is that we provide, but there is a little bit that I wanted to add. One example would be our monthly financial reporting. Our Director of Client Finance that would be assigned to work, which is your fractional CFO that would work with you, would report at the meeting here every month to make sure that you guys are apprised of all of the differences and the changes and whatever is happening fiscally for the school. But they also are available to do board training. So if you need any refresher trainings, as well as any changes in your board, maybe you have some additions that don't have as much experience, they will do that training as well. Another point I wanted to bring up is on accounts payable. Yes, we will process all of your accounts payable. We will do it by printing your traditional vendor checks on paper through snail mail, but we also offer electronic payments to your vendors so they can receive their payments faster and safer electronically. The other point is regarding your charter renewal. When charter renewal comes, we will stand by you. We will help you through that. And also, if maybe you decide you would like to expand your school, we will stand beside you, work with you in order to provide all the fiscal information that you need in order to get your charter approval or your expansion approval. All of our services are part of our, they're part of our package. We don't bill out of scope. Everything is included. You have full access to your team. You have full access to your director of client finance as well. Your director of client finance will meet with you at whatever cadence you feel is necessary. It could be a weekly meeting that you have on the calendar for an hour, but you only spend 15 minutes because there wasn't so much to talk about that week. Or, it could be twice a week. We're there to support you. We're there to be a true partner with each and every one of you. And I'll have the next slide. So let's move on to an example of what our team looks like. So once we start working together, you are going to have a team, an army in the background that's working for you. It could be anywhere from 7 to 12 people, depending on the services that you sign up for. You have your fractional CFO, you have an entire accounting team, an AP team. Of course, you're not looking at payroll, but if you ever needed the payroll services, we would also have a team that would support you there as well as student data. We do offer what's called a many-to-many approach. So if you have specific staff that are working, let's say, submitting AP invoices, you can contact your AP representatives directly with us. You don't have to go through your director of client finance unless you choose to. So you have the option to go directly, or you can go directly to the team that you need to speak with. And that we try to offer that in order to avoid any kind of bottlenecking. So let's talk a little bit about the onboarding. So we do have a dedicated onboarding team, which I happen to be the one that runs that team. We try to make we know that onboarding or transitions can be a little bit difficult sometimes. So we want to work with you and make it as easy and as smooth as possible. So we will schedule a kickoff meeting. We will have weekly meetings with each and every one on your team that are part of that transition. We will help you gather documents. We have software that we use called Carbon that you can submit and upload into our system. It's very easy to use. We also have weekly check-in meetings to make sure that we're working with you, helping you, answering any questions, and ensuring that we're trying to hit that goal of when we want to go live. During that time, during the couple of months that we're working on this transition, we will collect and review all the documents we receive. We will do training with your team. We want to make sure that your staff are comfortable with the processes, are comfortable with the different platforms that they will be exposed to. We don't do a one and done. So once we do that training, we will do the training over again if it's something that's necessary, as well as if there's any staff turnovers. We love doing those refresher trainings. It helps everybody. Let's see, and then once we do an AP batch before we go live to make sure that everything is working properly, and then eventually we go live and start working with your data directly. So that is pretty much our onboarding in a nutshell. Thank you, and I'll pass it over to Jason. Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. I'm just gonna intro Jason here a bit. We know that a lot of, part of the reason for this process is because you want to have individual ownership of budget and working that out at the school site. So we wanted to give a little example of how we do that really differently depending on the client. Everybody's needs are really different. And I think what makes us different also is that we really work with that. So I'm going to introduce Jason Sittimer here. He's our head of client finance to talk through how we do that.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Jason Sedmer, head of client finance. I've been with Charter Impact for 4 years this month. Before that, I was at a 27 school network as a senior director running operations there for 5 years. Echoing on Sam and Maylin. So, diving a little bit deeper, if you look at our presentation compared to your next presentation, all the bullets are going to look identical. So trying to break out one bullet within it so we can see how it might be a little bit different. We're very much into customization. So here's an example of a breakdown of a cash slide that we might present to the school. This school has a lot of money, $22 million. We help them find an investment account. They're doing now a sweep where they earn 3.5% on that money. recently dropped from 4 because of interest rate declines. But we try to strategically go over the key points with the board that they might be interested in so that they understand what the situation is and can make strategic decisions. You know, the weekly meetings with Kim and site leadership or whoever needs to be in those, or more than one meeting a week, we can go over those things as well, but really tailoring it to what we'd present to the board. Here's another school. So here's a multi-school network. The board there only wants 2 slides per school. They get a summary slide and then they get a up to like 8 bullets on what changed from last month, and really summarizing the key elements that the board needs to be informed about as to what has changed. Oppositely, third school, real schools, their board came up with these metrics. They do a stoplight on these seven key metrics, 6 key metrics that the board cares about. If all the metrics are green, we touch on them, we go over it, but green is defined here in the key, yellow is, hey, we're a little bit off track, and then red being, we're way off track, we should talk about this bigger or more in depth. And so the key is that we will customize our workflow with the board, with school leadership, with site leadership to make sure everyone is getting what they need and feels informed in the process. You know, one of the other things is we really try to think strategically. So we will map out your one-time grants. We will look at that and make sure that your funding looks as even as we can get it. You know, sometimes you hear like funding cliff. We don't like to use that term. Funding gradual slope, because we're going to tailor it and you're going to see, you know, hey, we had $1 million this year and it's only going to be 800 next year and then 600 the year. Like, we want to make it gradual. We want to make sure that we're being strategic with you and with the school. So, you know, weekly meetings, I think it's easy to say you have weekly meetings. Here's an actual example, real school. This is an agenda. We anonymized it a little bit, so you can't tell what school it's with, but we come organized, we come prepared to those weekly meetings with school staff, so that way we can utilize that hour very efficiently and get a lot out of it. We go over the compliance reports that are due at that time. We go over any sort of outstanding authorizer requests. We go through whatever is sort of on the mind, and we use a Google Sheet, very technologically savvy, so that we can add things to the agenda, the school can add things to the agenda, and we can make the most of that meeting. Pass it back to Sam, just to go over like the ecosystem of partners that we have.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, so this is our last slide. We really do want to open up for questions and get to understand other things that haven't been answered either in the proposal or here tonight. Just to show you, you know, it's important to us. This is the ecosystem of folks that we work with in this space. And we think that especially in the charter world, it's really, really important to have strong relationships all across the board. So we've got lots of great relationships with Orange County and with Capo, certainly. And then if you look at the auditors are actually our strongest referral source, have been for years. I think you guys are with Christy White. We did 27 audits with them last year. Really strong partnership there. Again, it's, you know, the intention here is not to say, oh, these are the only folks we work with. It's to say, if you have a banking relationship that you feel maybe your money could be better utilized. Like, we have great relationships with lots of banks who will give you options. We have great relationships with the law firms. Like, I think the partnership piece is big to us. And I think the only way to serve a school really well is kind of in concert with others who are doing really great work. So it's important to us to keep those relationships really strong. I think that's it. Am I missing anything from the ecosystem?
No, we currently work with 3 schools authorized by Capo and with 4 schools authorized by Orange County Department of Ed, and have great relationships with both. And they're not listed here. They're an important partner to the schools, and so worth mentioning the other ecosystem. Yeah, one thing I did leave out is just around like the strategic thinking. You know, we helped over 30 of our clients apply for ERC. I don't know if you guys applied for the ERC, but I'm seeing that money come in now for some of those. And, you know, we had a school that got $2 million more than paid for our contract for the next 4 years, because we're looking out for those opportunities to find more money for the schools and have better outcomes for the students here.
Thank you.
You board mates, any questions, thoughts?
I know you said you come to board meetings, but what about the finance committee meeting?
Yeah, so we'll come to whatever. If you have an audit meeting, committee, we would come to that. If you had a facility meeting or a strategy committee, we come to everything that you invite us to.
Any others? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item B, presentation from Charter School Management Corporation. Again, I'll turn it to Dr. Fricker to do an introduction.
Thank you. We do have another presentation, short demonstration from Charter Schools Management Corporation. Kristen will be our presenter this evening, and so take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm Kristen Nowak. I'm with CSMC. I'm the Executive Vice President of Strategic Management. But I also have a day job. So I think you guys call what do you call your finance people?
Director of Client Finance.
So I'm like a director of client finance, but at CSMC, we call them our school business manager. So I am a school business manager for two of our larger client partners. One has 6 schools, one has 3 schools. So I kind of have a day job and a night job. I am here by myself only because it is our leadership retreat and I let everyone stay in Temecula. They're doing a gift exchange. So normally I would have friends, but today you get just me. So I'm happy to be here. Want to say honestly, thank you. No. Am I just for you? There we go. So I want to say thank you for the opportunity to come. Obviously, we know a little bit about you all through our recent onboarding with Irvine International and Amy Berman, who I'm so jealous of, who decided to retire early and go to Portugal. I want the golden passport too. But we had some great opportunities when I was speaking with her about what she felt was missing at Irvine International. And it was constantly a benchmark comparing to all of the efficiencies and the great things that are happening here. So you guys kind of set that bar for her. And then she realized she wasn't getting what she wanted or expected. And so it kind of just, I don't know, established a lovely benchmark for how well things are going now. But we're excited that you're looking at the opportunity to outsource. Some of the things about CSMC, we have been in the charter space for 25 years. Our president used to be a charter school founder. He's still at the helm. Our executive leadership contains folks that are former authorizers. I used to be a CBO at Cherry Creek Academy, a K-8 core knowledge school, which is why I'm like, I love to come to school. Just, I don't know, smells like home for me. But more importantly, we have been there. Like, we understand, like, if someone's not getting back to me, it's not personal. They could be on lunch duty, or I don't know, every time it snowed, my school was in Colorado, my traffic people tend to call in sick. So I have Sorel boots and I'm out there with the vest and people are honking and making fun of me, but we get it, right? We understand all of the things that you are juggling, all the hats that you are wearing. And so something that really is unique about CSMC, because I joke with Charter Impact, I say we're like the rival news team on, like Ron Burgundy. We have a very, I don't know, I like these guys. I hug them when I walk in. We both do beautiful work. Like they said, you can talk to anybody. I think a couple of the things that just make us a little bit different is our founder's still in place. We're not selling to different entities that maybe have different priorities. We are expanding. We just acquired a group in Texas where we're helping them with some of the efficiencies, and we're enthusiastic to keep going. We're definitely still in it and just love being in this space. So that's something that makes us a little bit different. So ensuring sort of our mission, I read up on your mission and I liked, that you focus on the unique and individual gifts, but that you really seem to emphasize collaboration. We're really big. One of our core initiatives is client partner collaboration, both with our client partners as well as internally. So we had found in the past that we were maybe a little bit siloed and not talking to each other as well. We've made it a real focus over the last 5 years to make collaboration part of our everyday kind of expectations of all of our employees and all of our client partners. So we share sort of that collaborative spirit. And I really liked, you know, the unique and the gifts, and I like that kind of, I like that kind of thing. That's the school in me. So some of the things that we do also, we have a dedicated school business manager, acts as your primary point of contact. You have an account manager that does all of your accounting. We use Intact, which is very familiar to you. Also, as mentioned, if you ever were interested in handling payroll, we do support Paylocity, which is, I believe, what you were on. So there would be no transition. If you are happy with that platform, we could seamlessly take that over. We offer student data support. Another thing that we do that's a little bit special is accounts payable can be a little bit of a sticking point. So we partnered with Edstruments, which is an online automated AP system, which I don't know, I'm kind of excited about because I'm a dork, but basically you can just email in an invoice, AI will read it, it will code it based on how it was, it follows your fiscal policies and routes it through the appropriate approvals. It gives you a snapshot at any given time. If there's a paper check or wire transfer, you have access to real-time information at all time. And we believe so strongly that it is an efficiency saver for the school and for CSMC. CSMC covers the cost of that. We believe that strongly in it. So we have partnered very closely with Aditya Kadu, and we cover that cost of all the transactions. So it's just an added benefit that's part of our core services. Another thing is we have a lot of vendor partners, kind of like Charter Impact said, their ecosystem. You know, we've recently partnered with Parsec, which I don't know if you use them, but we would strongly recommend them, and they offer preferred pricing. They help when it is time for charter renewal. If let's say you're a mid-tier, they're going to help you suss out that individual demographics that are really being successful and help you tell that compelling story in a way that is, it's so impressive. Yesterday, I have 3 of my 6 Julian charter schools open public hearings yesterday, and they gave these presentations, and the Parsec data is just phenomenally compelling. And so we partner with them with preferred pricing. I just sat on a webinar with them. I'll be on a panel with them with CCSA. We really, really love what they're doing in the space. They just make that heavy lift a lot easier. We also partner with Enrollment Marketing Group if you are looking to grow. We love Grow Schools if you're looking for, you know, head to toe sort of, I need to rebrand, I need to retell my story. We also partner with Enrollment Professor if you feel like, hey, my website looks beautiful, which I think it does. We know who we are. We just want the analytics. We want to put dollars in places where they're going to drive traffic to us. So we just have a lot of partners. If there's a pain point for you, we have really close relationships with people where we can say, here's 2 or 3 different options, and then we'll facilitate an introduction. We also utilize Monday.com. We use it for both our onboarding as well as our regular standing calls. And so you nodded, you guys use it, so you're familiar. What I love about it is, you know, it gives good transparency. It's an excellent collaborative tool. I like sharing it up. I also have a checklist sickness, so I love it when I say something's done and it throws up the confetti, or it might be time for the leaves right now, and then I like it when it's the little snowflakes. You know what I'm talking about. When you check things off that says done, it celebrates for you. So I have a sickness with my checklist needs. So we also do a regular client partner standing call. We invite everybody on your team that touches your account. We match the cadence with your communication preferences. We have some client partners that want to meet weekly, some monthly, some every 2 weeks. Some will say, Kristen, I hate calls. I think they are a waste of my time. We actually will hold those meetings without you, and we will then send information. We'll hold it with a team, so we still are meeting and talking about all of the things that are going on with your client, with your school, and then we'll send out sort of like a, hey, here's what's going on, here's what we're seeing, a snapshot. So we really do try to tailor it, but we do think that client partner standing call cuts down on a lot of email traffic, avoids a lot of confusion, gets all of the decision makers and all the experienced folks in one room. It also provides us insights when there is maybe an opportunity for training or retraining. If something is particularly painful, we can say, hey, it sounds like maybe we need to go back and retrain. We'll come on site or we'll do it remotely, again, meeting whatever your preference is. So we love that because I feel like the accountability is really great with Monday.com. At the top of every client partner standing call, we revisit anything that's outstanding. So there's no hiding, nothing gets lost. We revisit that as always item one, and it's a great opportunity. We also we have a separate like compliance department that helps with all of your reporting requirements. We have a looking ahead feature that keeps you on track. We use that on our standing call. It's also in our board packet. And what I like about it is it tells you what's coming due, when it's due, who's responsible for it, a link to it. So if you're a board member and you're like, I've heard this and I never wanted to ask more about this, you can click on the link. It'll say if it's like a spend by date, if it needs to be board approved, really gives you good information. We have a separate compliance consulting group too, that it's separate, a fee for service, but if you wanted help with the programmatic side of like a charter renewal or your LCAP, we offer that in-house. We of course handle all of the fiscal components as part of our overall pricing, but we do have those subject matter experts available to you if there is something that's a pain point. And let's say you're like, Chris and I always do my LCAP, and I'm like, okay. But you're like, but I'm a procrastinator. So I had one that I was like, well, why don't you just get like a block of hours and then you can set up a meeting with this person like every 3 weeks and they'll force you to do your homework. You can get feedback. You can know that you're on track. So we can tailor that as well. And then those folks also host these monthly webinars that are free of charge to actually anybody. So Charter Impact, you can invite your client partners too. And it is basically because everyone's busy. If you had all the time in the world and you wanted to be really, really informed, you would sit on 1,000 webinars between CDE and the County Office of Ed and all your authorizers. This team does it. Oh, that's a tough job. And they distill it down into like an hour executive level, high level summary of what's going on. So it keeps you on track. Those folks also hop on to our standing calls on a regular basis, and I like to put them at the top so they can say, hey, how's it going with your LCAP? Hey, how's your charter renewal? Hey, anything that we can help with. And they'll give you just real time, advice. And then if you feel like you need more than that, we can talk about it. But I really like how we are able to offer that. And then in addition to the webinars, we also offer to CSMC clients only then office hours. So let's say you are working on your LCAP and you're doing it on your own, you go to the webinar, you're like, okay, they told me I need to do all this stuff. Okay, but I feel like I don't really understand this one thing. You can hop into these office hours and if nobody's there, you get an hour of free consulting services on specifically what you need. And so that's a really nice thing. And so we do those on Wednesdays. So every 2 weeks, there's either office hours or a webinar, and those are free of charge as well. In addition, obviously from a compliance standpoint, we work with all the audit firms. I love Christy White. I was just bugging Marcy the other day. I had a super weird question. We all play in the same space. We work closely, with all the legal firms, the audit firms, things like that. From board meeting support, like I said, I live like 15 minutes from you all. We do have a large team in Orange County, and I don't know why we seem all the cool people live here. Sorry. Valley people, I'm just teasing. But we do have a large team here. We can come in person. Traditionally, we do online remote support for board meetings. We can participate in, if you have finance committee meetings, we definitely want to be a part of that. We think it's really valuable to be able to help educate the folks there so that you have informed decisions, so that you come to board meetings able to make good decisions. We also try to pride ourselves in, if it is the preference of the school leader to give fiscal updates, we would pre-meet and really prep them and make sure it is our job always to make the school leader feel very comfortable in all of the background knowledge so that they can speak intelligently to anything that is being presented at any given time. We don't need to put our name on our homework. It's our job to support whatever that looks like for you. So I have some client partners where There's a newer CBO, and she said, you know, I really want to establish my reputation with the board. So I pre-meet with her and I prep her, and then she gives the presentation, but I'm there to answer any questions should she need it. And so whatever that support looks like, whatever you think you need and what you want, we're here to do that. We offer Brown Act and conflict of interest training free of charge, included in our pricing. And then obviously we work pretty closely with you in the board agenda creation to make sure anything that is an action item, that is a statutory requirement for submission, that it is making on there in the appropriate time. I've had to tell people, no, you cannot cancel your March board meeting because when will we approve our second interim? They're like, oh yeah, that's right. So we have, I think, a pretty cool board report. The front page is always going to show an executive summary with some analysis on what variances are going on, highlighting any key factors. We look at both the P&L as well as the balance sheet. We have metrics that we report on that are specifically around, you know, your cash balances and how fiscally healthy you are. Depending on where your comfort level is with financials, we find that boards really appreciate that we show the information in two different ways. So you see the colored, you know, bar charts. That's going to show you your budget to actuals, and then the next slide that's in it has the detail for the folks that really want the numbers. But it is the same information, just demonstrated in a couple different ways to meet whatever background knowledge and comfort level boards have. We know that people come with a wealth of background experience, whether it's HR, legal, educational, but not everybody loves spreadsheets like some of us do. And then that's that looking ahead that I was mentioning as well. So in addition, a really big thing right now is, you know, tracking all those restricted funds. We have built custom reports in Intact that you can actually subscribe to. And so on a monthly basis, they get pushed in there. They track every single restricted fund that we are actively working on. We also code and track an LCAP tracking report also generated in Intact that you also can get pushed out. We talk about those on a monthly basis on our standing calls to make sure things are trending. So if we need to make adjustments, it's not a last minute surprise. We aren't scrambling to do reclasses at the end. It is active management on an ongoing basis. As I mentioned at the front end, I am a school business manager for some multi-site locations. So one of my schools, one of my groups they prefer to do everything consolidated. And the other one has school leaders that they are trying to develop the competency in owning their own budgets and really understanding them. We do for that school individual budget meetings with each school leader when it's time. We give them individual reports that help them manage. We really want to help develop and support that competency so then the school leader has the ability to hold them accountable, right? We want to give them the tools to be successful so that you can then hold them accountable. So myself just alone, I've seen it both ways where some's like, nope, we're going to do everything consolidated. I've got it. You're going to meet just with me. It's very simple. And then I have one where I meet central office and then 6 individual budget meetings for 6 individual locations, but really developing that competency with those principles. And it's really neat to see over the years them really getting very comfortable in their background knowledge. So we're happy to tailor to whatever you're looking for in, you know, your school leaders, whatever involvement you want them to have in finances. We definitely do it both ways. So one last thing. We know this is a tough decision. It is not a small one. Transitions are hard. And what we really believe in is that you all are going to make decisions that are thoughtful and informed, but also you have the weight of being good stewards of public funds. So with that, CSMC believes in taking price off the table. If our proposal is not the lowest price, we are happy to price match whoever is the lowest cost from any reputable firm. We truly want to free you up to make a decision based on who you think would make the best fit as a partner for you, because this is a very big decision. We don't take that lightly. It's not like you're just transitioning from one back office to another. This is a big organizational change. And if we can make that decision even a little bit easier, we'd like to just take pricing off the table. So we believe very strongly. We think that we would be a great partner with you. I'm not gonna lie, Charter Impact is great too. There's a lot of really good people in this space. We play nicely together. We would love to win your business, but even if we don't, I promise we can still have the calls to talk about volleyball recruiting and things like that. Are there any questions?
You mentioned instruments and, how does that process work with AP? Can you dive a little more into that?
Yeah, I think it's so cool. I don't know why. I love this thing. So let's say you have a vendor and you can give them, you have your own email address set up. They can send, you don't even have to get the invoice. They go directly to this email address. AI codes it, fills in all of this stuff. Once you coded it one time, if you're like, okay, it's LCAP 101 and it's, I don't know, state sped, it's gonna remember that. Okay, so it's gonna recommend that coding. You can override it if you're like, oh, I've exhausted my states, but I don't want it to go there. And then it's going to follow your fiscal policy. So it's going to route it. If it costs $10,000 and that requires Aurelia and then Kim to approve, it's going to route it to the first level. It's going to route it to the second level. At any given time, anybody can log on and see where it is in the process. And then that vendor can say, I want a paper check because I'm old school, or I want, wire transfer, and it will all automate and initiate. And you can see at any given time, if the check is literally in the mail, the date it was cut, you'll see, the date, all the things. What we love about it is it cuts down kind of all of the back and forth. It takes a lot of the manual opportunities for error if you're data entering things, a lot of times that, we're human, we're not robots. It really does cut that down. And we felt so strongly in it. Our AP department used to have 7 people. And since we offered this, and like I said, we paid for it, we have been able to cut 2 headcount and probably will drop a 3rd headcount just in-house. The efficiencies is just amazing. And what I like about it is it just gives you real-time access to your data. You guys are on Intact, you're used to be able to log on and see what's going on at any given time. It's similar to that from an AP standpoint. So that's what I really like about it.
At any point, does someone from your firm check, like, let's say from our fiscal policy, 2 people get coded wrong?
Mhm.
Does someone on your side go and look at that?
Yeah, so what we do is, let's say it does get coded to the wrong LCAP, okay? And it goes through there. Those those monthly LCAP tracking reports, we're like, wait, there shouldn't be anybody but people coded to this LCAP. What's going on? Then we dig into it and we fix it, and then we go fix it in the system so it memorizes not that LCAP. So, and our AP department is always looking at it too before they push out for payment. So there's another set of eyes there, which helps with your internal controls. But yeah, and if something does slip through, then those monthly reviews of both restricted funds and LCAPs really highlights, because basically where things should go, and it's really easy to find it, and then just correct sort of that memorized coding, and then it's good going forward.
And do you have the ability to create reports for not to exceed funds?
Yes, so what we do is, once we do your budgets, I can tell you, like, the AP is person, I love this. We upload your budgets into instruments. And so let's say your budget for 4,100 curriculum is, I don't know, $100,000. And somebody puts in like a purchase order for like $120,000. You're gonna get a warning. And you can set up different things that say, I wanna slow things down when I'm within 20% of my budget, or it's 5810 and I have to do my ed consultants. I'm not gonna deny anybody any, legally required services, but I sure want to know once I'm over, once I'm getting close. But it gives you real insight at the time. Even when somebody's creating a purchase order, it's going to give them that warning. You are over your budget. Like I said, it's not to say it won't stop you, but it will inform you unless you want it to stop you. And you can set that up too.
Can you do that with a restriction per vendor? Like, let's say I want to pay Edison, but I can't go over $50,000.
Yeah, if you do like a purchase order and you then have a cap on that, like we do that a lot with sped vendors, where it's like, okay, the board's gonna approve a contract basically, and it's, not to exceed a certain amount. that budget can be in there and it can give you a flag. So there's a lot of customizations. You can do it by vendor. There's a lot of things that you can do.
Can
You
I,
can personalize.
one more clarifying?
Yeah.
question. Can it be by vendor for amount over time? So not just one, but over time it builds up and then it's.
Yeah. It's cumulative. And so usually it's fiscal year because that's what we track budget wise. And so, yeah, it is cumulative.
Last question.
Mhm.
How many schools do you represent in Capo and OCD?
Capital, we do not have any. OCDE, we have maybe two or three. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Kind of love the AP questions. All right, she warmed you up. You guys have questions? Anything? Okay, well, thank you. Really
Thank you.
appreciate the time.
Thank you for coming.
Uh-huh.
Appreciate it.
Again, appreciate you all joining us tonight and providing all the information and helping us make informed decisions. All right, item C, overview of board policy process. Dr. Griffith.
Okay, thank you so much. So board policy is something that we have been working on and collaborating with to get moving and updating, ensuring that all of our board policies are up to date, hopefully by the end of the year. The purpose is really to not only update policy, but make sure that we are current on all our legal requirements, anything that's coming down from state legislation, and then making sure that we have consistency and clarity about compliance across the organization. So when we looked at all the board policies that need to be updated and or just want to have general review, we wanted to make sure that we cover them all, like I said, within the scope of this year. We've identified priority 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Priority 1 and 2, we've already started. That's become here in the November board meeting, and between November and December, we are hoping to move through those board policies through committee and then getting them onto the board agenda. Priority 2 will be in January, February, and then February, the second read would be February, March. Priority 3 is March and April, and priority 4 would be April, May, and June. And then that should cover the majority of board policies that currently exist, with a couple additional board policies that we were asked and required to put in. So priority 1, you can see we've already made headway on priority 1. So we will be rounding out the remainder of those priorities through the Academic Excellence Committee and the Governance Committee in the month of November and December. Then they would, once they pass through committee, they would be coming onto the board agenda. Phase 1, part 2, again, we would be looking at subsequently passing just 5 or under board policies through academic committee or governance committee, and then getting those on the board agenda as well. Here, we really start to look at our student services, the cell phone policy, which has to be put in place by July 1 of 2026. So that one will require a little bit more of an extensive work towards that policy. We probably will have a committee to review, parents, students, some stakeholders involved in looking at that policy and then determining what that will ultimately look like here for OPA and what timeline we'll be putting that in place. Others that are a little bit more straightforward, like technology, immigration, we've already worked on that policy, so this is just going to be a revisit to that. And then facility use, that would be one of the new ones. We didn't have that prior, but it is in our facility use agreement that we do have one, so we want to make sure that we implement that here. So we're adding that onto our policy list. And fiscal policy is something that we have been in review and in conversation with quite extensively. So we hope to have that come to fruition here shortly. When we move on to the remainder of priority 2, here again, academic excellence and governance, it will be looking at policy for the remainder of the year. But we actually get into like a school meal program, transportation, section 504, IEP, special education, parent-family engagement, student freedom of expression, and non-discrimination statements. That is a little bit different from our non-discrimination and anti-bullying policy that we already approved. Priority 3 English learners, student attendance, volunteer visitors, records retention, Public Records Act, Community Code of Conduct policy, addressing the use of surveillance cameras. And then last is priority 4, summer learning, child abuse, campus security, search and seizure, civility, controversial issues, school website and school media. And then we round out the last part of priority 4, which was a little bit longer, for promotion, retention, student records, student discipline, meal change policy, student wellness, extracurricular, co-curricular activities, field trips, independent study, and student fees. So when we had gone through YMC to look at what policies and what prioritization that they would recommend, that's where these policies have fallen into line. But in doing so, they've also recommended that in covering the policies, we may have to consolidate policy and or reauthorize a policy, which would allow some policies to be discontinued. So we want to make sure that we get those off of the books because they're no longer valid. So we do have those listed here, and again, that went through legal review. Student staff wellness was a combined policy. Williams Act is no longer compliant. Title I would be compliant, would be combined, and then home hospital instruction is no longer required. It's in other student discipline, student services policies. So that is the cadence of the policies that we would be working towards. It's kind of a heavy lift. We're hoping to get through this by the end of the year, and then all of our policies will be up to date. YMC does recommend that we do this every 2 years, just to make sure, and or if there's a policy that comes intermittently, that we obviously take that on and put that through the committee and then put through for board approval. But otherwise, it would be an annual 2-year cycle where we would update our board policies. Any question?
I have 2 questions.
I have one too. Yeah, go first.
First, let me preface what I'm gonna say with thank you for putting together this plan, and it's really good to see this forecasted out. So I appreciate that. My first question is, in terms of the way they're divvied up, I know this was a bit experimental in terms of let's see where it all lands with subject matter and then our committees. Where I see it's landed, the lion's share is with academic excellence. And I would hate to have that committee completely consumed with only policy matters, because I know there's a lot of other things that need their attention. And knowing that all of these things are gonna come to the full board anyway, should we consider maybe giving a few more to like the 2 board members on finance who only have 3 policies out of the whole list?
Sure.
Right? And not to say that those discussions would happen during finance committee if the subject matter is not related, right? But just a consideration of maybe we want to more equally distribute them a little bit.
Sure. Oh, we can
so-
definitely consider that. We try to kind of fit them in where the
Of course, the
committees are
subject
national.
matter
Yes,
aligned.
yes.
Again, I know, and it was an experiment, and now seeing how it shook out, right?
Yeah.
I just see like one committee is gonna be just possibly bogged down with policy work.
There's like
Okay,
10
yes.
less than priority 1.
Yeah, so anyway.
Okay, yes, I can divvy them up and kind of distribute them.
Again, just a
Yes.
thought, and then my second question was with priority 1 and looking at the different subject matter and wondering what drove the dress code to be top of list.
I don't know if it wasn't, the dress code policy was a look at and request. So that kind of came up to the top of the list. But we do have a request coming in out of our needs assessment for our students at the middle school to have an accent color. And they don't currently have one. The other schools, the other 2 elementary schools do. And so if we're looking at uniform options or different things where we can incorporate that auxiliary color for the schools, we are now going through a process with our middle school ASB or ASB student population to try to determine or come to a decision on what that accent color would be for our middle school. And then that would need to be included in the policy, especially if it does have an effect on can they wear a uniform in that accent color, can they not? So we're kind of exploring that.
But the other 2 schools, their accent colors aren't part of the current policy.
The accent color is not.
Okay.
It's part of our brand book and it's part of
Yeah.
the design of the schools.
But
just
it's
that
not
middle
the
school does
policy.
not have one.
Okay.
But if we were gonna incorporate that, like say into like a uniform choice or a selection of some sort, I know that there was interest in that, then, that would affect the policy. So I don't know that this policy will come to completion by December. We would have to go through a process to even have the middle school pick their color.
Okay, so there's no other issue driving that policy being prioritized.
No, not that I'm aware.
Okay, thank you.
I know you're already working on this because I mentioned this to you, but the firearm storage is
Mhm.
actually in ed code.
Mhm.
And I don't get the notices because I'm not currently a parent here, and I just want to make sure that that is again on your priority list.
It is on our priority list. We're working with YMC to generate that policy for us. We just don't have that
Yeah.
right now. And so once we do, then we'll route it into a priority and we'll add that to the list.
Like I said, I knew you were working on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I recommend that that gets prioritized over the dress code? I mean, I know that sounds silly, but to me, if we're not in ed code compliance, that sounds like something so much more important than the dress code. And especially if it's not, the dress code wasn't given as a directive that it needed to be done. I'm not sure where that came from. Do you have other questions?
No.
Okay. What about the policies that we reviewed last year that got tabled?
Any policies that we reviewed policies were not necessarily reviewed in the committees like they are being proposed here on a regular scheduled basis. So we are starting with just the policies that YMC recommended for the mandated policies that charters have and have to put in, and then some of the other recommendeds that are coming from a couple different areas, like the facility use policy, for example, it's in our facility use agreement. The other policies that we initiated last year came off of the Charter Schools Development Center spreadsheet. And they also have a recommended and mandated spreadsheet of policies as well. Their recommended and mandated is a little bit more expansive than the YMC. So these are just reflective of the current YMC policies and those couple sprinkle extra policies that I mentioned. And then once we're done with this, if we want to go to look at what CSTC or the Charter School Development Center has on their spreadsheet, we can definitely look at that.
Okay, specifically, I know we had discussed the transitional kindergarten policy because there's laws and stuff that are changing with that. Can I please ask that that be added back on here so that
Sure.
it gets addressed?
Sure. It just wasn't within the YMC
Okay.
allotment that they gave us.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
But yeah, we can add that on 100%.
When we go to the 2-year cadence, presumably this will be.
Yes, it will spread,
And not
it'll spread out.
just one.
Unless it's one of those things that are mandated and we have to address. Like for example, the wellness policy is being pushed to the front because we have a food services audit coming on. We want to be prepared for. So if we have a situation like that, we'd obviously do that ahead of time.
I was gonna say, do we have a process to audit our policies to be compliant with laws as they change? Can we plan for that rather than the 2-year cadence, just because laws get passed all the time?
That's actually a really good question. Through YMC, there doesn't seem to be that push notification necessarily that I have found. I don't know that it doesn't exist and I just haven't located it. But we did ask that question. And that's why I think that we started initially last year with the Charter School Development Center spreadsheet of mandated and recommended policies, because they do have those push notifications to us. On I think a quarterly basis, I believe is what they used to say. So getting those push notification actually is so much nicer because we have this automatic built-in alert and we're not like searching and finding, or we may have missed something inadvertently that, we just didn't know to look for or to know was coming down the pipeline. So we have signed up for the Charter School Development Center and we do receive those alerts. So if we get an alert that's aligned to the YMC spreadsheet, then we would move it forward. And then again, maybe at the end of this and we update all the current policies and then we decide, maybe do we want to expand out to the Charter School Development Center spreadsheet too? Then we would add those in. So hopefully that they would be
currently
pushing.
got this priority because of the YMC audit. Is there a plan to then just do that like every 2 years?
We can definitely have them do that every 2 years for us and look at our policy, or every year, like split them in half and say which ones should we go over, like every single summer. Are we missing anything? And then we would have our own check and balance with them. Like we would inquire of them every summer while we do our summer work to try to see which one would be updated, but it wouldn't be a push or something coming generated from them to us, it would be us to them.
All right.
And this one.
Oh, one other comment is that, what is our contingency plan should we fail to stay on track? Like, for example, could we, if we have a special meeting that is scheduled for later in the year, could we add whatever we're kind of lacking on, like if we're behind on some policies and put a first review on that so that we can at least get through those and then make a decision? Just a thought. Yeah.
We would always have the option of running a special meeting if we do think that we're getting behind or slipping behind. Some of the policies are very easy, very minimal update or revision. And we do try to redline that for you, so you can just look to see what is changing, actually recommended, the language that is recommended to be changed, that you can identify that pretty quickly and pretty easy. If you don't see a redline policy, it's probably a brand new policy, so there would be no revision to it yet.
And I think too, we need to remember, we're establishing this protocol to ourselves in terms of running these first through committee. If there were ever a reason that was justified that we wanted to just bring it straight to a board meeting for first read, because we haven't had time to do that for whatever reason, that's also always on the table. Right, we don't need to let that slow us up if we get somehow.
And that's really the
Backlog.
beauty between the first read and second read.
Yeah.
That no matter what, you're not making decision on that policy that night.
Right.
You do have a full month's cadence of like reviewing that policy, making recommendations, making suggestions, or asking questions. And then the rest of the stakeholders would too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so continuing on with board policy. D, 1312.5 general complaints. This is a first read.
This is the general complaint policy. This is an example of a policy that wasn't on the YMC mandated or recommended list. But we, in working with the board, we felt that we would want to take an internal process and guideline that we have had established and actually convert that into a standing policy. Policy is really the rules that we have to follow, and then you can then point back to them should the rules not be followed. So that's kind of the beauty of the policy. In this case, we just took our existing, this is why there's no red lines. We took our existing and then added some language so that it would be very clear for any individual, if you're wanting to make a generalized complaint, that you know how to make the complaint, who to make the complaint to, and then what would be the expectation of you making the complaint like in return. So those are the three components that we wanted to really establish very clear wording and verbiage on. We did pass this through YMC. They did do the conversion for us. And so here you have the first draft, just as a first read. This is just a preliminary read where all the stakeholders can kind of look on, weigh in and see what the policy would in fact state. Then we have a month's cadence, like I mentioned before, and then this policy would come on for a second read and approval by the board. So we do have plenty of time for stakeholder feedback, including board member feedback on this policy. So I think that it really solidifies it nicely. But if we want to have a little nuanced language or just a finessing, please email me, and then we can, incorporate that in when we bring it back for a second read. Now, just to note, because we're going through this cycle, if there would be something where we would want a bigger, like a material revision to a policy after a first read, that's not a big deal either. We would just then take those revisions from the board or stakeholders or suggestions. We would bring it back to the next board meeting as a second first read, where we can still have discussion on it to say, hey, I like this language, I don't, I want this changed or finessed, or I think it's better this way. Then whenever we get the board consensus, then the subsequent meeting would be the second read and approval.
Questions, comments? I'd just like to express my appreciation again, because I know we've been talking about this for a while in terms of, we have our other specific policies around types of complaints, and this will then serve as that catch-all for things that might not fall to one of those.
That's correct.
And my question is it clear through this policy in terms of how we tip would need to align with the protocols laid out here, even, so just, it's a mechanism we tip, right, system to give a complaint, and I know there's an example form in this that's not we tip, So would someone still know based on this policy, regardless of how the complaint is submitted, that it would still follow the protocols in the policy?
So, we tips don't normally come in only as complaints, so it's a little
Sure.
bit of a different thing to like name it. There's an accompanying document that, rides alongside this policy because we didn't, want anything to be exclusionary. And we wanted some form of a graphic to include all of the complaint policies, whether it's a general complaint, whether it comes in we tip, whether it comes in like uniform complaint, Title IX, OCR, Office of Civil Rights complaint, whatever. The mechanism is, we wanted to have that be very clear for people to understand, like, I have this complaint, like, where does it fall? And it's in that ancillary document that I think the we tip or other forms of mechanisms for complaint could fit in a little bit better. So we can, and that's like a visual, it's on the website. So people could clearly see, I have this complaint or I have this concern, and these are one of the categories that I'm gonna be selecting to make that complaint or concern known and to whom. So I think in that document is where we could be very specific about we took complaint and then how it routes.
Okay, because to me, for some of this, regardless of the mechanism it comes
Right.
in, staff should handle it the same way.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Correct, yeah.
So just as long as that's
Yeah.
cool.
And
Thank
I'll look it through with a second set of eyes too, to make sure that that reads that way. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, E, board policy 3551, student wellness, and this is for that. First read.
Yes, so I'm gonna go over a few of the suggestions for the student wellness policy that came from YMC. So we're reviewing board policy 3551, the student wellness policy that OPA currently has. Some of the YMC recommendations were first and foremost to change the number to the student series 5. So under 3551, it sits under business and non-instructional operations. Moving it to 5 would fall under student. And then finally, with that, it would change the board policy number to 5031. The other recommendation is to update it with the revised USDA statement that is a federal requirement. So that would be added into that document. And then finally, we would update our email and website. And then moving forward, this would come back to the board in the December meeting to then approve this board policy and discontinue board policy 3551. I'm sorry, board policy 5030 because it is a duplicate. So again, it's creating 3551 into 5031, discontinuing 5030, updating language.
Questions, comments? Perfect, for first read.
Read one.
All right, we will move on to F. Board policy 5149, professional boundaries.
So once again, another recommendation for YMC is a review of board policy 4119.24, maintaining appropriate adult student boundaries. So the first update is to update minor language with recommended verbiage from YMC. Also to update the title to professional boundaries staff student interaction policy. And then to change it from the 4,000 series, which falls under personnel, to the 5,000 series, which falls under student. So basically the recommendation, other than the verbiage, would be to change board policy 4119.24 to board policy 5149. So this would come back after first read to the December meeting to then change that policy and be board approved.
Questions, feedback?
I had asked in governance committee when this came through, that if we should be including something about social media and staff connecting with students on social media, and I don't see that in here. And I had also asked if it was appropriate to have, is it appropriate to touch a student in here? Like, for example, I know during safety needs for a student harming themselves, that's appropriate, right? But that's not in here.
I will move back with YMCA and bring back their recommendations to you. Thank you.
I have one question too. Is it confusing that it's listed under students? When a lot of like what's actually stated is staff's relationship with students? And so I'm just wondering whether it's gonna be hard to find. If it is under students, under that number. I don't know how you feel about that.
Again, I'll loop back with YMC and just
Okay.
get their recommendation on terms of why they're recommending to change it from personnel to student.
And I think too, it's always fine as long as it's not contradicting another policy. If something relates to two topics or policies that's relisted in both policies.
That's a good suggestion, and the only answer that we got in terms of like moving it from one series policy to another is that it would just be easier for parents to locate it. If they're looking specific, because you're looking necessarily for your student, and if I have a concern or complaint, or I'm trying to search for something that I think that's under the student section would be like the most likely obvious place for them to move. But
So the idea is.
it could be
parents-
literally, it could live in both places. I don't think that that'd be an issue.
If it's on the website, right, it could even just be added the same and just link it back to the policy.
I think it's just
They would
weird
like to-
because on the website, you have to hit a link for it to expand the policy. So if you hit the wrong link, then you never even see the other policies. Unless you click them all, you know.
You've got
Right, right, but if you under students, if you just referenced that there is a
Yeah,
policy
right,
in the
yeah.
previous section, that might be easier than having duplicate number and kind of separately.
But otherwise, they.
Any other question?
Thank you. Alright, item G, presentation of the 2026-27 board meeting calendar, Dr. Becker.
So what we have for you here this evening is actually choices. We looked at the board meetings coming up, and we do like to post or decide on the next year's board meeting calendar in the months of like January, February. And that is only because we have plenty of our parent organizations, honor societies. We have our chancellors who are just making preparation dates for the following school year. And so the earliest, the quickest that they can know where our board meetings sit, the quicker that they can then put in all those other wonderful dates at their school sites. So what you have in front of you tonight is just options for a Tuesday cadence of board meetings, a Wednesday cadence of board meetings, or a Thursday cadence of board meetings. They currently reside Thursdays, but that doesn't mean that we cannot change that. And when we did look at this, we did a whole departmental look at where the dates are and then what are the compliant reporting requirements, which should take a bit of time, but we do want to make sure that all of our reporting requirements that do require board approval be approved prior to submission dates. So we were looking at those submission dates in relation to the board date. So these are all correctly aligned in terms of some of the board meetings normally happen the third week. There were 3 months of the year where they actually have to happen the second week in order to meet the correct cadence of board approval and then submission. So that has changed for you here probably for the first time. So if you were looking at that and it was a little bit odd, that's why it's odd in those 3 months. And in addition, we've set up a cadence of having the agenda preparation meeting with 2 board members, usually a week before we have the board meeting. So currently they normalize, sometimes they vary, but typically they would be on the Thursday of the week before the board meeting, which is also a Thursday. So we try to keep that cadence together. And looking at our team and trying to refine our process around board agenda preparation and posting, we have set out a weekly cadence before the board meeting of our cabinet review and then uploading of documentation, then having that agenda preparation meeting, finalize the documentation edits from the agenda preparation meeting, and making sure that we have all of the collective items and documents uploaded in the correct folders for a posting. And so we're kind of wanting to make that posting on a Friday. But again, we will be flexible with whatever the board decides as to when they pick a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday board date. We will backwards plan from the calendar that they select. So this is really just, your first read, have a discussion, no decision making tonight. And then we'll bring back a recommendation based on your board decision or discussion. We'll bring back ultimately the one that you're leaning towards for approval at an upcoming board meeting, whether that's December, January, or February. We're still well within the right time frame for you to make that decision. So I can open it up for discussion.
So I'll start off by saying that Thursdays are very problematic for me. Which I kind of articulated earlier on when I joined, but I'm okay with any other, like Tuesday, Wednesday. And I don't know how you guys feel with your schedules, like how they are Tuesdays or Wednesdays.
I'm free, but if we didn't do it on a Thursday, then I can also go to the OSHA meetings, so that would benefit me also. Flexible.
I just can't do Wednesdays. So that was.
And you
Tuesday.
I was just about to say I can't do Tuesday.
Well, Beth, you and I are flexible. Well, we don't meet quorum. Yeah, that's true.
But I could potentially.
Can I also ask just a question around conflicts with events at school sites and generally? Does the day of the week we meet conflict, or is usually we get it out and then, with enough notice that people can plan around it for site events?
My opinion is once it's out, we're planning ahead around major events of the board meeting.
Okay,
There's very few things that are already on the calendar and you would already be able to see that on the next year's calendar, like meet your professor, university orientation, parent information nights. Those are already calendared out at least a year out.
What about Monday nights? Why was that not an option?
We just stayed away from Monday and Friday just because tends to be more holidays, and then the early release, so there really wasn't. Any other decision other than that, yeah. But we could generate one.
I'm just saying, we've got
No,
conflicts
no,
on
we
the
can
holiday
make-
days.
I mean, I. Okay.
oh dear.
No, I can make Tuesdays. It's not every Tuesday. but
I just wish there was
make
a win-win-win-win-win
Yeah.
scenario where it's not like
Exactly.
one person trading off sacrificing, right?
Exactly.
No,
That's why I
it's,
said
it's,
Monday.
yeah,
Yeah.
but it's not a bad, if there's a Monday.
You don't have to make a decision.
I know,
tonight.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, yeah, that'll probably be, stuff.
We can always think about it.
Well, yeah, we will continue, like, right now, though, we're kind of landing on, possibly Tuesday, but with no firm decision being made, obviously. So that, now we need to think through all the implications of the deadline on a Tuesday, right? What would that mean, besides being problematic for membership? Okay. Any other discussion? All right, moving to items for action. Approval of comprehensive school safety plan for Oxford Preparatory Academy. May I get a motion and a second?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
And then, discussion or questions?
Yes, page 15 says refer to the map, there's no map there. And then, can you define the difference between a shelter in place and a lockdown? Because they're both listed as lockdown in here, but later in it, it describes how you act in a shelter in place, like there's shelter in place listed in there. So I'm only asking this because of the recent events that were experienced through Capo, and so I want to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row for that.
All right, so I'm gonna take the map question, and my colleague here is gonna take the other question. The map is coming actually from SBUSD. They have to solidify the map for us. And we're just waiting for that to come through. It was supposed to be here. We do have a December 1 reporting debt guideline in our facility use agreement amendment, which also has to come from SBUSD as well. But we wanted to make sure that we meet our obligation for December 1 submitting of the safety plan, and they're gonna attach the map. So this isn't for like the state or county side of this approval, it's just for the facility use agreement approval. You will see this come back on quite shortly in January and February timeframe to reapprove all 3 school site safety plans as we are mandated to report. This is only for the facility use agreement requirement.
It's on page 22, if that's helpful.
So when will we be able to update this if it's coming up for renewal? For example, like notifications if we're going to Raptor Badge, and there's gonna be maybe mass notifications that might want to be included in here, for example.
I believe it comes on the board approval, in either January or February. I think it's February. But so over the December, January timeframe, anything that we would want to change or be working towards, we have that Raptor Badge approval. We'll have 2 quotes in December, and then we'll be able to pick which direction we're going, and then we'll be able to upload that information into the safety plans for all 3 school sites when they're officially approved. And then you have a question on the.
Yeah, so shelter in place versus lockdowns, it's usually kind of a tier of severity. So shelter in place is usually, there might be a scenario out in the community, it might not be directly impacting the site. You might get a recommendation from sheriff or fire to shelter in place, meaning try to stay inside. Might not necessarily mean you can't leave the classroom for a reason, but stay inside, be on alert. As you get into lockdown mode, it means in the classroom, locked in, shut the door, stay away from windows. It starts to become a little bit more severe. Even when students are in the hallway, get them into a classroom. There may be something active on the campus or directly impacting the location. So something literally within a block versus something in the local community.
So I think this is describing a shelter in place as partial lockdown, and then it advises an announcement to be made lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. But later in the document, it talks about a shelter in place. So there's just conflicting information about that, and I just want to make sure we are all aligned.
And this is why we review it annually. It's a fluid document. It's a template that we use to be consistent amongst our school sites and our language. And so the cadence over the year is also like, this was an initial kind of reapproval to basically update the map and update the location. Over the course of the year, school site council will meet. All 3 schools will be reviewing their procedures, their policies, coordinating with local law enforcement and making sure they're up to date. If there's any language that is not clear or could be misleading, then that is definitely something we get with parent, stakeholder input, anything that we can to make sure it's absolutely crystal clear in terms of
And
guidance.
Chapel has like a graphic or a list of what the difference is that might be helpful of when it would require this situation as opposed to this situation. That might be helpful here.
And that is a question that we're asking that badge alert system as well.
Yes.
So I know that Jonathan is working on that.
Yeah,
And
okay,
we'll
thank
bring,
you.
we'll bring that back in December as well.
Yeah, you know.
I have several more.
Keep going.
You're
Obviously, you have 2 positions on this board, but like, so there's a Narcan, like within here, there's Narcan or naloxone for opioid, like to save someone. Do we actually stock it? Because it says that we have it in the health office. Do we
Yes, the
have
school
Narcan?
sites do have it on campus,
Okay.
and we typically annually have our school nurse or school, whoever's in charge of that, do a full
Training.
campus support
And do they do a
and
training?
training, yes.
Got it. Also on page 53, there's the medical emergency section. And it only, as far as I can see, refers to students or staff. But we have lots of people like volunteers and parents and family members that are on school premises all the time, and they can have an emergency. But this doesn't exactly clearly state what we should do if those parties have an emergency, which leads to nebulous situations, which may have happened already, like in the past potentially. So I think it might be nice to say it doesn't really matter who it is. Even if it's not a staff member or a student, follow this, protocol. And then my final comment is within the safety plan, a lot of our policies like non-discrimination, harassment, dress code, community relations, and bullying are referenced in it. And I just would love to make sure that as we update all our policies, that they're aligned, because they may not be aligned anymore, and then they would lead to confusion. Or you might just have an overarching saying like, please refer to the most up-to-date version of policy on the policy website or something like that as a catch-all. But that's it, I'm done.
Right, any other questions or comments?
Yes, I have one.
Okay.
How come the safety resource officer hadn't signed off on this?
So the safety resource officer did approve. It's based on the different departments and their rules and regulations. So he notified us that per his staff sergeant, he was not allowed to be a signature on it, but he was allowed to review and give input. So he will be part of our stakeholder input as we go through any revision process. So last year, the SRO, who was part of the other school site, was allowed to sign. So he was part of that, but he was allowed to have a signature. The signature list is different depending on the organization. It's not an ed code regulation to have the SRO sign off on it. But he has to review the policy. So he has reviewed it and then he'll be part of the revision policy and then I'll go back to school site council in January for any updates.
It's annual update.
Yeah, annual
He's
update.
from a different department because the site's at a new site now.
Yeah.
Is that-
Yes, because
Oh,
it's from
okay.
Laguna Hills, our other one was from Lake Forest, so
Yeah.
each department and agency has different rules and procedures. We just want their input is really the most important part, that they've reviewed it, and then we get that professional input from all of our stakeholders.
Okay. But you have something in writing that says that he like agrees with it or something.
Yes, so
Okay.
he will review it, we have an email from him and he will be part, and so when we have the next revision and participation, we'll have him be part of that school site council meeting, because it is an open meeting. And he can be part of it and he can be on the attendance as being part of that meeting officially. Part of this process was he was provided with a copy of it because it's the new site, and again, we're just approving the revision of the map. The original plan was approved last January. Every year we go through
Yeah.
a revision process.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
And just going back to the NARCAN for a second, she makes sure that it's not expired when she does this annual thing, presumably.
Yeah.
Just because I imagine we don't ever use it.
Good stuff.
And add the epi too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The same
the
thing for that
universal
weekend.
EpiPen,
Yeah.
and yes.
I would think there's laws driving our record keeping and checking of that.
I would hope so.
Following them.
It's the same thing with AD.
I'm sure you're right.
It's the thing.
Or like fire extinguishers.
Yes.
Fire, yeah,
Yes.
those all kind of fall under the same kind of
Yeah.
category. You check and maintain. Any other questions or input? Right, we have a motion on the table. I'll move to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
All right.
Any noes? Any abstentions?
I'm gonna abstain.
All right, one abstention. Motion passes. All right, items for consent. Oh,
Do not print.
okay.
I wrote it out.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was having a moment of late. Items listed under consent are voted on by the board in one motion and one vote. There's no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items be pulled from consent. Before making a motion, would any member like to pull an item from consent?
Yes.
Yes, which items?
E6 and C5.
No, B6.
B6.
Okay, sorry, I can't hear all the way down.
Bravo 6 and Charlie 5.
Bravo 6 and Charlie 5. Thank you. Any others?
A1,
One.
and it was C 2, 3, 4. It's still my, I never got my question answered last time. It was tabled to this meeting, so I'm hoping my question didn't get answered this time around. The same thing. So thanks, I don't have the answer.
All right, any others? Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve consent with the exception of items A1, B6, C2, C3, C4, and C5?
So moved.
I'll
Thank
second.
you. Okay. All right, and with that, go. Oh, there's no.
No, please.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, those consent items pass. So we'll go back to A1.
In A1, it said that the revised goals were gonna be coming back to this board meeting and they weren't on this agenda. And so I just wanted to find out is like, are we gonna be having it at a future meeting?
They're gonna be the December
Okay.
agenda.
Any other questions or discussion for A1? All right, may I get a motion and a second to approve A1?
I'll motion.
Second.
Okay. Then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstention?
I abstain.
Okay. Motion carries. And we'll move to B6. This is approval of transportation services agreement with Hop Skip Drive. I guess we'll start with a motion in a second.
I'll motion.
Second.
Discussion and questions.
How do we feel about the automatic renewal of this contract? It says unless the organization notifies the contractor in writing of its desire to terminate during the last 30 days, it'll renew for a successive 12-month term.
I think a better question is, do you have a process to make sure that if there is an automatic renewal, that someone checks that 30 days in advance?
We do, and I just want to go back to the genesis of the Hop Skip Drive for transportation services. It is in relation to our special education students who need to have a continuation of services. So you wouldn't want a contract to lapse and then that student not be able to have transportation. So this is a bit of a different rare contract where if a student is not at one of our 3 campus locations, but it has a non-public placement or a different placement, we do have to provide transportation services. And that student has to have a continuity of services. So that's the clause in there. And then we do have the Director of Special Services and Student Services review contracts annually to make sure that we continue on with those contracts that need to be continued with. And then if there's additional students that would need to have those services, that they are added on. Or then if they migrate out or matriculate out, then we delete them from the obligation.
And my second question, I'm not an expert in this, but FERPA sounds like kind of like HIPAA for students in terms of their data and their records. And it's in this contract, it just seems like this vendor becomes a school official and can access all their records because of these video recordings that are generated in the rides. And I guess is it overly broad, like how much data they have access to? When do they delete the data? If they have videos of students, and what else can they access, I guess? Because the contract, the way I read it, it just seems like they become a school official with legitimate educational interests. And I just wasn't sure whether we need to look at that to make sure that it suits our interests and is what we're okay with.
We can definitely look into what their policies are in terms of the collection of data and then how long that is kept and what sort of happens to that.
But it's because it's their policy that we're agreeing to rather than them agreeing to our policy, which might be problematic, I don't know. And you can imagine if they have so many drivers, then they all become school officials, then have access to student data rather than specific people. I'm just trying to think about it in my head. It just seems like it could be problematic.
And they wouldn't have access to like our area system or our student information system, but they would have to have access to student specific needs that to and from locations, specific, probably, if there are certain things that they need to be wary of or mindful of, that would be, and it's all through a special education plan where parent is, they're agreeing to these services or having these services take their child to and from the locations.
Sometimes,
So we can look at the data, absolutely.
sometimes IEPs, when they get transportation like this, require an aid, and so that would need to be part of that individualized data that they have access to.
That's it.
This contract expired on, the previous contract expired on September 30th. Why was there a gap, and what has the kids done in between then and now? As far as services?
We have maintained services with this company. The not to exceed amount did not exceed what would be a board approval limit, and so we are now at the point where we're gonna renew the contract. And we're also trying to time out our contract in terms of a May, June review so that we can put them on for the next fiscal year.
Okay,
They'll all be reviewed in May and June.
okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we go to a vote, all those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any noes? Any abstentions?
I'll abstain.
All right. Motion passes. Jump over to C2. May I get a motion to approve the proposed additions to 25-26 stipend schedule in a second?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Thank you.
My question is, the information that was provided to us was talking about the 25-26 stipend year. And it was saying it was in the approval of that, but then it also mentioned the 24-25 retroactive for the web program. And I just wanted clarification on why web was being done retroactive and not some of the other ones.
So part of the process for that was web was initiated in the 24-25 school year. We weren't sure the extent of the program, and the other stipends that were proposed this year weren't part of the 24-25 school year, so they are new to it. So our ask was, because we didn't have a stipend in place, it hadn't gotten implemented when we started adding stipends. So for example, in 24-25, we added a yearbook stipend to the middle school, I believe in September or October. Web was never added. So as part of this process, we want to make sure it was added this year, include the new stipends that are new to the middle school this year, and then ask for a retroactive for the 24-25 for the web leaders who led it last year.
And is it one stipend or two stipends for the web for 24-25?
It's two stipends.
Okay, so that's not noted anywhere. Cause in the document, it does say web advisors for the middle school too, for 25-26. But in here, it just says a retroactive stipend. So should the motion be amended then?
That doesn't,
It's not anymore.
but I mean, the dollar amount is not to exceed if you add the 5,000.
No, but I understand that.
Oh,
I just want to make sure that
I see what
we're
you're saying.
approving two web stipends for web for 24-25. In addition to what's being proposed on here.
I can amend my motion. I'll amend my motion to include two web stipends for the 24-25 year and for the proposed new additions for the 25-26.
And I will second your amended.
Sorry, I just want to ask, confirm that this is prompting thought around how to better plan when we're having startups of new types of programs, right? And especially in terms of making sure people get funded for extra work that they're doing, and we don't get in a scenario of being way behind and maybe compensation.
We've already started the process with chancellors. We're doing monthly meetings with chancellors. It'll be something we'll look forward to all the way to next school year. So everything should be proposed and approved before we get into the 26-27 school year.
Fantastic.
including the upcoming law. Right.
Oh, yes, okay. Thank you. All right, we ready to vote? On all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? All right, a motion passes. The amended motion. Okay, so C3, approval of 25-26 instructional minutes for Saddleback Valley. And can I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Questions or discussion?
I never got my question answered from last time, and so it got tabled to this time, and it was put back on the consent, so I still haven't got my answer about the TK instructional minutes.
Yes, so the question was why the recess wasn't included. So TK per ed code, you can count recess as instructional minutes for TK and kinder, but specifically for TK in this question. As long as it is part of their instructional process, they're learning their skills, they're sharing, they're taking turns. So part of their developmental standards that they're learning at that age. And as long as it is supervised by a credentialed teacher. So we have confirmed that at both school sites, they take turns with the credentialed teacher supervising TK. And the recess is not scheduled into their bell schedule because with TK, it's much more fluid in terms of their day, their needs, when they need to take their breaks versus kinder and above.
Okay, any other questions? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. C4, approval of 25-26 instructional minutes for OPA SOC. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll motion.
It was the same question.
I have the same answer.
All right, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. Item C5. Approval of master contract with Portview Preparatory Non-Public School. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion.
I'll
Second.
Go ahead, Eli.
Okay, Delight has a second. All right, questions or discussion?
My question was, there was no rates in the contract, but now I see a second file that's been added that has a rate sheet. So is that gonna be part of the contract, the rate sheet?
That is their rate sheet, and this is for a student whom we are anticipating may need to go to a non-public location. We don't want to have a ratification that goes backward. So this hasn't been cemented, but it will be available should we need to do that IEP process. Actually with the student.
So I guess my question is, if we pass this motion, is it passing the contract with that rate sheet as part of the contract then? Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. Executive Director report, turn it over to Dr. Fricker.
First of all, I just want to thank all of the service men and women and families who in our community, in our schools, in our OPA family, who serve each and every day and just go way above and beyond. I just want to take a moment and thank all of them. And in addition, I just want to thank the whole academic team and the central office team who came together on November 7th to put on a really great professional development day. In my speaking to the staff, it is so wonderful to see just the culture of OPA come to life. And our goal, our pledge was to how do we bring that helping culture come more to the forefront of OPA. And instead of, it's so easy to kind of point a finger or cast blame, but it is just as easy to hold a hand out and help somebody out. And that really is the culture here. So I want to just thank the entire team for that. It is nice getting on campuses, walking through. I think that our chancellors are doing good work at the school sites, and everything is kind of going right into that holiday spirit where all of the things are coming on our calendars to go attend and see. So I can't wait for all the holiday festivities to begin.
Thank you. Right, Board of Directors report. Member Akashi, you start?
Well, I sit on the academic excellence and the governance teams, committees, so I'm excited about pushing forward lots and lots and lots and lots of things in the coming months. I want to thank the OPA staff who supported the Red Ribbon Week earlier this month, as well as the Veterans Day assemblies. And just in the spirit of Thanksgiving, just thank the staff, the honor societies, the parents, the educators, students. I'm very grateful for the culture that we have here, so it's really special.
Thank you. All right, Member Travis?
I'd second the thank you for Thanksgiving. I appreciate everything that everybody's been doing, especially on like Veterans Day. The other thing that I would add is our finance committee meeting was last week, and we had some really good conversation around our PO processes, some new improvements to our fiscal policy that are forthcoming. And I just want to say it's been a real joy to work with Jenny. She has been phenomenal. And just want to give her a shout out because she's just been very, very helpful. So yes, so thank you. But definitely very excited for all the Christmas activity or the holiday activities to happen at OPA in the next month. So thank you all for all the hard work you're doing.
All right, Member Shaw?
Well, I'll echo the thanks both for everything that we've done in the last month, but also generally to the staff and families and both at the school sites and the central office. And then also just a special extra shout out to all the middle school staff and teachers for all their hard work in sixth grade camp that happened. From all of it that I've heard, it was an awesome experience, and the kids really enjoyed it.
Right, Member Prada?
I want to thank all the current people who serve and all the parents in our community who have also served. And I want to thank the students who came and led the pledge. That was very nice. And all the stakeholders who are here or watching, we appreciate your attendance. And I'm excited to see all the wonderful Christmas holiday things that come up. I know the Mad Dash for December is a busy one, so thank you in advance to all the staff who helped make that happen, and the honor societies, and especially the parents.
Thank you. I too will express my thanks. First, as I continue to learn the ropes of the mantle of being the board president, I have always appreciated my former board mates, but I have a new found appreciation that has grown for the past presidents that I've worked with, because I've had to be engaged in a lot of things, and so anyway, continue to learn a lot and be grateful for the team, the camaraderie. I also want to give a special thank you to Mr. Silva, Mr. Leon, as they have, I've seen grown into their new director roles. And with the addition of a new to us campus, have taken on a lot, and I appreciate all their dedication and the long hours and thoughtfulness and that they're displaying through their roles. And with that, I think we will end our director report time. And we can recess to close at 9:01 p.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. The meeting is reconvened to open session at 11:57 PM. Public report of action taken in closed session. The board gave direction to the executive director to execute a no-cost extension for the existing executive coach to run through June 30th, 2026. Also, with a vote of 4-0, the board took action to ratify the action taken last board meeting to advise council to retain a third-party investigator to explore a complaint and is adding an additional complaint to the scope of work. The board designated the board president and board secretary to manage the matter on behalf of the board as needed. The votes were as follows: Member Shaw, aye. Member Akache, aye. Member Feiler, aye. Member Smith, aye. Member Travis, not present. And with that, it's recommended that the board adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on November 13th, 2025. May I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. The meeting is adjourned at 11.